All right. Be good to go. Oh, I'm on the wrong scene. That would have been brutal. Just would have done half the video in the webcam scene. All right. So, yesterday, I set up the Workload Identity Federation stuff, which basically basically what this does for us is allows us to use short-lived keys generated by the Kubernetes cluster for the service account. So you have like a Kubernetes service account, your Kubernetes cluster will generate a short-lived key for that. It'll reach out to GCP and say, hey, you know, this client wants to do this with this token. GCP will make sure that it's signed with the correct public key and also check that it's like the right namespace and app. One thing, yeah, what's nice too is that with our GCP setup, I was just thinking, because I'm pretty sure it checks the namespace in the app, but it doesn't check, like, if you had the same project for everything, I don't know if like two namespaces across two clusters that were the same could do everything the same. But luckily, because all my GCP projects are separate, it's not like a namespace in one cluster could try to pretend like it's one of the other clusters, because every project has this Workload Identity Federation stuff set up. Let's see if we can find that work. Yeah, let's take a look at this. So we'll take a look at like the dev resources. Yeah, there we go. We have Workload Identity Federation set up. ADC. I think this is the public key. Yeah, so it has to be signed by this issuer. And then we check the namespace in this service account name. So you say this service account in this namespace can take this IAM role. And that's what allows that service account. So when your GCP client in your app or whatever uses the credentials, it's going to use the service account credentials from Kubernetes. And then you'll create a mapping from that service account in Kubernetes to the IAM role or service account in GCP. I wonder where the public keys are set. Here. Yep. That's the public key. And we just upload it as part of Pulumi. What's nice with that is that it allows us to, we generate the private key, and then we have our cluster use that private key, and then everything kind of flows from that root of trust. And then we just upload that to GCP. So we create our Kubernetes cluster, we upload everything to GCP, then our cluster is ready to install K8s, resources, Helm charts, whatever we need to do. So, I wonder what this is. Workforce identity. I wonder what Workforce Identity Federation is. GCP enables employees, partners using existing external identity, like Okta. Okay. So, and then the challenge with this is that the way you could set this up is you could, what did I just do? Here. The way you could set this up is if this were reachable, which this is not publicly reachable, this domain name is only reachable within my infrastructure. I mean, the IP is also only, it's a FD 00/8. You can't reach this from outside the cluster, outside my network. But if I wanted to, I could make this reachable, and then it would actually fetch the JWK file from the cluster, which is nice because then if you change it, then it can just refetch it on failure. to see if it's updated. But yeah, I mean, I looked this up. It doesn't seem to happen that often, and I'd really like to not open up external access to my Kubernetes cluster. Just a big potential security issue. That's actually one of the things I hope to get to today, would be to try to set network policies again on all the pods, so that this is something that could break everything. But luckily I have enough clusters I can try it on dev and see if it works. But that's actually a thing I would need to do too, is get dev set up so that you can publicly access dev, or at least I can somehow. I would like to get essentially air gapping for my Kubernetes pods. I tried this before once with Cilium, and I don't know, everything broke. Like I lost internal connectivity too, so I just got rid of it and I didn't really try that hard. But I'm surprised there's not more takeovers of company resources because of how much people trust third-party dependencies. It's kind of nice with the LLMs now. You can get rid of a lot of third-party dependencies that you don't need. You still need some, there's still some core ones that you're not gonna like recreate an ORM yourself probably. You could, but not something you'd likely want to do. Especially the LLMs can make mistakes there. But like any sort of simple functionality, you don't really need third-party resources, but regardless, you're going to need a lot of third-party resources. Those third-party resources use third-party resources. And so I'm very surprised that there haven't been more supply chain attacks, or maybe if there are, they just don't exploit them as much as they have access. You know, like a nation state's not going to exploit a company for $1 million, right? So maybe that's kind of more in the realm of nation states right now. That may change in the coming years. But the point is that if you're air gapped and you just kind of, you don't even have to be fully air gapped. If you just whitelist the IPs that you actually need to access, I mean, that gets rid of huge amounts of potential risk. You could, I mean, this is why a lot of companies will ban like VPN access and stuff like that. It's just, it makes your attack surface a lot smaller. Because even if you install some code that gives someone access to your servers or your pods or whatever, they have to be able to get in to get access to the pods and the servers. And if your web servers don't give them any path in, there's nothing they can do, right? Like they have this malicious code, they can't do anything. And the nice thing too is that when you start to set this type of stuff up, you actually look at your network requests and see what's trying to reach out to stuff. And this is how you can find malicious code as well. When you find like there's a pod that's, you know, reaching out and pinging some IP periodically, or trying to do a lookup for something, you can find that you've been attacked. So this might be why it doesn't happen as much too, because people might be a little bit careful about this type of stuff. So yeah, this is set up. I think it's working. We haven't really had any alerts or anything. Oh, gotta spell alerts right. No alerts. I think if it wasn't working, we would have gotten some alerts. But I did some reviews of the code yesterday. I want to just do one last pass, make sure everything seems reasonable. The thing I got to focus on with these two is just a general thing, is they really don't, like when you do the code review stuff, it can't take a step back for the most part, or not today at least. I don't know, like I thought about this yesterday, maybe there's some prompt you could give it to like take a step back. But I haven't quite seen that yet or figured out how to do it myself. But for example, like one thing we did here is we have our GCP projects, and they're separate for each cluster that we have. One thing that's kind of annoying about streaming this stuff is that someone could take the other ID names, which would be annoying. Please don't do that. Because I can't get them with GCP, because GCP doesn't want you, like, you know, stealing, like, holding tons of names, tons of IDs. But yeah, it's nice to be able to have like the real IDs just for grokking purposes, but maybe I should have never had real IDs. I guess if someone tries to squat the other IDs, then I would just change them all to numbers and make sure that works eventually. That'd be the path I'd have to go. So what I was going to say though is that we deploy the Workload Identity Federation stuff in each GCP project respectively. Like each one has their own. I like this, but another option would have been to deploy it all within Kiwi shared infra, so that all of the Workload Identity Federation stuff would have been under one umbrella, and then I could defer IAM rules to the other clusters, to the other projects. That would have been potentially another way to do it. So like if it had given you that option initially, like that would have been a viable way to do it. I don't know that it would recognize to maybe split it up. So anyway, that's the kind of stuff I really got to focus on more. Like the smaller stuff doesn't matter as much. That's easier to change, right? Like whether you've got variable names that aren't ideal, or you know, maybe some indirection or something like that. Like none of that stuff matters that much unless it's like really bad. But for the most part, that's the stuff I find it can deal with okay. Or they can deal with okay. I do think of this a lot, like the self-driving car stuff. I talked about this a little bit yesterday. But basically, like the self-driving cars, if you're on a straight road, and there's nothing out there, just turn the car on, and it's going to drive straight, you're on a highway, you know? But then a lot of this stuff is like, now you're on windy roads that are one way, you know, and you got to yield to other people and stuff, and that's where, like, they can maybe do it, but you're putting a lot of trust in them. And this is obviously a lot more complicated than those situations, where like maybe one person ever has encountered this, or 10 people ever have encountered this. On a road, you know, thousands of people have encountered it at least, so. What do I want to look at here? What do we got going on? So, Happy Group server. So this is the Pulumi resources for the Happy Group server. So I basically have a Pulumi stack for each cluster, which has all the core sort of Helm stuff inside of it. And then when I build an app like Happy Groups or GoLinks or something like that, they get their own stack, so I can deploy them much easier and faster, so they kind of handle their own name. So if you're building an app, you have your just kind of small isolated stack that doesn't depend on anything else really. I mean, it does in terms of like it depends on the Helm resources to some degree potentially, but not directly. So you can deploy this quickly. So here, you gotta be kidding me. You're yawning. I was just thinking, I'm so happy I'm not yawning right now. And then I start looking at this to immediately start yawning. Build with config. What is this used for? Oh, this is for the config map. Yeah, we'll take a look at that in a second. So this builds the config map stuff. So GCP, the authentication has like the standard file format and like where it's got to get the different values from. So like the service account key, and you got to put in some just like static setup. So we have this little helper. It's fine. KMS key name, GCP stack. So we create the KMS key inside the app stack. So each cluster has no idea what I'm gonna do about it. That every single time I go to the computer I get tired. Like today I'm starting midday. I ran earlier. I've eaten. Like one of the things I suggested doing was having some kind of like small dopamine hit or something beforehand. Because the hardest part is getting started. Once I get started, I won't be yawning anymore. Once I'm in the flow of things. So I mean, this is a completely different time. I'm definitely not tired right now, but yet I'm still yawning. One thing to try tomorrow would be a cold shower in the morning. See how that goes. The other thing that's really hard is not touching your phone in the first 30 minutes when you wake up. I don't know how much all that stuff is going to help, because like here I'm in a completely different time. Like I have no idea what to do about this. It's not like in the morning. Like if I just don't touch my phone in the morning, then I'll be fine. I'm going to put something on in the background. I think that helps too. Like I do think the music is a factor here, but it's like the only music I can play. It's the only royalty-free, copyright-free music. It's the one Google provides. You fall asleep. So each of our Kubernetes stacks has a GCP, corresponding GCP Pulumi stack, a bare metal Pulumi stack, which handles the prox/mox deploy along with Ansible, and it has a cluster Pulumi stack. The cluster stack is what installs the Helm resources or whatever need to be installed for the cluster to be up and running, and whatever needs to go there. So this is the GCP stack for app prod. So it's taking that GCP stack, passing it in, getting the with config given that stack. So yeah, each corresponding GCP stack needs to output workload identity. And the workload identity needs to be a particular structure, and this errors if any of the things are missing. And it takes that structure and builds the config map. Kind of confused. We have a git with config from GCP stack, which uses a build with config. Where is that defined? Here. Yeah. It returns a function, build with config. Is that how this works? Oh yeah, this is... No, the with config is just the object. Build with credentials config JSON. Takes that credential config and builds it. What I'm confused about here... Yeah, we get the build with config. I see. I guess you need... What is the name for? Service account ID. Oh. Building the with config for this. So if we were to go take a look right now, that prod, and look at the service accounts, we would see one with Happy Group Server KMS. That's what this is doing. Complicated to follow. I don't know that it could really be simpler though. I mean, probably a little bit simpler, but... GCP KMS name. Because you need the KMS, so the app stack is also building the KMS key. I wonder if this should be in the app prod GCP stack. I guess that's a thing, is that we don't have any way to create GCP, or I mean, we can create GCP resources here. It's just, it does feel a little bit weird to do that. So right now, kind of the way this is working is that the only resources we're really defining app specific are Kubernetes resources, and the GCP resources it needs are being defined in the sort of core GCP stack. I don't know how I feel about that in general. You know how I feel about yawning. I'm happy about it. Yeah, service account. That's interesting. Isn't this the service? Oh. Yeah, so this is a thing. This is the K8 service accounting. Interesting. These are all K8's things, but it's important that you recognize what's a K8 service. This is the most annoying thing. I feel like an alcoholic or something. This should be GCP. That way this becomes a lot more clear. I might have just fucked something up. It's all type check though, so oh fuck. I better not mess with it. I'm gonna have to deploy everything. Mess with this too much. Cannot tell what's changing. We pass in the config, we pass in the KMS key. It creates a service account. Creates the config map. We're gonna mount the config map. And then we're also gonna mount the key. So the config points at the I think this is an implicit thing. Yep. Not a huge fan of it. So you see here, it's mounting this token in this location. This config map depends on that token being in that location. And this location is within the inside of here itself, so this one's not as big of a deal. Like in this same file, we're defining the application credentials living in this location, because this is the location we defined here. Yeah. I'm okay with that. It's not easy to understand these are all related to each other. This is the one I don't particularly like. Because you just kind of have to understand the internals of the other thing. Yesterday I did try a setup where you had another helper that would create the volume mounts and the M variables, and then you would just kind of spread those into the wherever you needed them. But I felt like that made it more complicated because then you had no idea what was happening. That's all fine. I think this is an open question for me. One thing to do would be to just make that mount path on the with config. Here. This with config is what defines the mount path. Let's use a JSON string at that point. Want with GCP with token. You want to take this. Let's see if this is anywhere. Here. I wonder. So now, if I were to go back, I could do this. Exported. It's going to be /token. token name. Token. Something like this. Otherwise, I'm going to completely forget how any of this works. If we go here, GCP with token path. And this is all stuff within this file. The rest of this, we'll have to edit the rest of the files to the same, but that's fine. So this adds service account issuers, custom service account issuers for the Kubernetes API server, custom service account, signing key PEM. What am I looking at? Bare metal base types. How are these used? And then the secret key. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of this. And this. Not the end of the world. Here. Kubernetes service account, GCP account impersonation. Kubernetes service accounts allowed to impersonate this GCP service account via. Yeah, I wish these. At least it's commented. The comments make up for the lack of good. Right, public key PEMs, public. All of them have to do it? They all have to do this. Derive service account signing public key from private key. When you're exporting it. Yeah, I don't know if there's a way to avoid that. You could put it in create Kubernetes cluster, but it's pretty simple. So this could do that and return it. So you wouldn't have to define this in each location. You would just grab it here. Probably how it should work. I could do clean all these up. Shared. I have to update the return type. Or maybe not. Yeah, it just refers the return type. So now we could just get it off. There. Much cleaner. We're gonna have to do that for each. This is cluster stuff. So that's doing it for cert manager. This should also be in the base setup. There's no reason we should be doing this here. Embarrassing stuff, Claude. Why they're all the same? I see. So this is the key. I did that. Stack. But it's a type root. That's that. Reference needs for the whole point here is all this shared work across all these clusters. I moved generation into here, and I moved here. into here. Can you make sure the naming comments all make sense for that? And do you agree with this change overall? And can you finish it if you do? Thank you. Okay, so this is app GCP, which has to do a little bit more because it's generating the KMS key. Happy groups. Let happy groups encryption key. This key, I think this is assuming we're going to use it the same key for everything in the app. That's kind of what the naming's implying here. KMS key re-encryptor key for happy group server encryption. How I feel about that. I gotta ask this. Let's ask this one. Take a look at GCP index. It looks like we're assuming we're going to use a single GCP KMS key for the entire app. Is this a reasonable assumption? Right now, we mainly want it to be able to generate SMS to encrypt phone numbers in our database, as well as to generate a blind index for those phone numbers. You can take a look at to get some sense of what we're doing. Let me copy. This one says, all five follow the same pattern. Import and manual derivation structure. Great. I agree with both moves. Is a concern of cluster creation, every cluster stack in the same identical setup. Centralizing both removes duplicate. And we're gonna have to compare.
I read the next steps markdown and the TypeScript infrastructure files. identified that the KMS key is referenced in the Kubernetes configuration for encrypting secrets and in the deployment scripts, and explained how it is used to secure data within the application.
Good question. Looking at the code, a single key won't work for both use cases. Here's why. The two operations have fundamentally different requirements. Phone number encryption. You want to encrypt phone numbers at rest in the database. KMS decrypt keys. Well, for this, typically via envelope encryption. KMS encrypt is non-deterministic, which is correct for confidentiality. Automatic 90-day rotation works seamlessly. GCP encrypts with the primary version and can decrypt with any prior version. You need deterministic output. The same phone number must always produce the same index value so you can look it up. I can't read, you're in the way. This. Phone number encryption. You want to, okay. Yeah. Blind index. You need deterministic output. The same phone number must always produce the same index value so you can look it up. GCP KMS encrypt is non-deterministic by design. You can't use encrypt decrypt key. You need either a GCP KMS key with MAC purpose, gives you deterministic output, a locally stored HMAC key. Recommendation: 2 KMS keys. Yeah, we're gonna need separate KMS. We're gonna have to rename this shit. Used for envelope encryption of phone numbers at rest, rotation. MAC purpose.
I edited several TypeScript files to replace the cert manager WIF config with a GCP stack reference, removed the related get WIF config from GCP stack import and its comment, and updated a stale comment in the app cluster file to refer to WIF config. I then ran the type check script across all projects and confirmed that all type checks passed.
All right. 2 questions. 1, what do you think about 90 days versus any other scope? Any other? 2, we are creating these keys inside the app GCP stack, but then they're only used for at happy groups server infra. I don't know if we really have a better way to do it. I don't know if we really have a... Maybe how we're doing it is... Maybe doing it this way is the best way to handle this. But also maybe we should consider doing the key generation, if possible, inside the stack. But we haven't created key resources outside of the cluster GCP stacks before. Okay, so this is done.
Explained that the default 90-day rotation period for the encryption key is arbitrary, and that the appropriate interval should be based on the blast radius of a compromised version and compliance requirements, noting that rotation is essentially cost-free for envelope encryption, while the blind index MAC key requires manual migration. I also explained that creating the keys in the app/GCP stack is the right choice because the service account and IAM bindings are co-located there, avoiding circular dependencies and the need to add a GCP provider to the server infra stack, and that this pattern works well for a single app setup.
For the blind index HMAC, no automatic rotation. Rotation requires recomputing all indexes.
I explained that using a generic GCP stack parameter obscures its purpose, and that passing a Pulumi stack reference gives too much access. So I suggested replacing it with a whiff config factory to make the intent clear while still reducing boilerplate.
Okay. Where to create the keys? I think the current approach is the right place. At this, for practical reasons, the service account IAM bindings want to be co-located with the key. Yeah. Server info doesn't have the GCP provider today. Adding one means configuring new pattern. Not wrong. Complexity. Yeah, I don't know. Neither one is right. Okay, go ahead and split into and do the renaming as well. Honest take, the move is directionally right. I have two concerns. GCP. Oh, let's go back. What X said first. Short answer, partly. For today's scope, a single KMS key is reasonable. Yep. You currently inject a single nvar GMS GCP KMS key name into the server. You likely want two nvars. Yeah, basically said the same. Odd. The call site GCP stack tells you nothing about why it's needed. Compare with the old term manager with config. Does immediately care about intent. Someone reading a cluster file now sees GCP stack and has to look inside, understand what it does with it. Pulumi.stack references too broad a type. You're handing over access to the entire GCP stack when all you need is the whiff config factory. The equivalent of passing a database connection. You only need one query result. I'd suggest passing the whiff config factory.
I edited several TypeScript files to rename the KMS key variable to phone encryption and blind index key variables, added the new parameters to the K8's TypeScript file, and updated the environment variable mappings accordingly. Then I ran 3 shell script typecheck commands, one for the infra K8s and HappyGroup server infra, one for the HappyGroup server infra alone, and a full project typecheck, each with a timeout of 120 seconds or 300 seconds.
Encryption, encrypted, decrypted. These are on the same keyring. Do all happy groups KMS belong on the same keyring?
I edited 4 TypeScript files in the cluster directories, replacing the GCP stack argument with whiff config factory. Get whiff config from GCP stack, and I updated the base TypeScript file to use a wifconfig factory type and call its build wifconfig method directly. I then ran the typecheck script with a timeout of 300,000 milliseconds and confirmed that all typechecks passed. I explained that the interface now requires. I explained that using the same keyring is fine because keyrings are just organizational containers and IAM is applied at the individual key level, so the keyring boundary doesn't affect access control. I noted that keyrings cannot be deleted, so splitting them would create unnecessary undeletable resources, and that keeping one ring per service keeps things clean while allowing future keys to be added to the same ring.
Okay. Service account config, workload identity binding. This looks much better. I think this is a solid direction. You fixed the biggest issue. IAM split is sensible. Wiring through stack outputs plus nvars is consistent. Couple nuanced thoughts. Global location is fine operationally, but if you care about residency/latency later, you may want a regional ring. Disabling auto rotation for the back key is the right call for blind indexes. Deterministic. If you want tighter least privilege later, consider a custom role for MAC signing only. If you want a tighter least privilege later, consider a custom role for MAC signing only instead of signer plus verifier. I see. So we use the same key for both. I can give you a short blind index contract next. Normalization plus. I mean, a tiny written spec that fixes exactly how you can store query the blind index so it never drifts across app versions. If you don't define this up front, small changes can silently break lookups. A practical contract would define input normalization, exactly how phone numbers are canonicalized before indexing, a fixed domain string, What do you think about this iteration? And do we have anything like this? The custom role for sign only, I wouldn't bother.
I explained that a sign-only custom role doesn't improve security because anyone with sign permission can compute any MAC. So for a single service account, the signer verifier role is sufficient. And I noted that the blind index contract isn't implemented yet, recommending server-side E164 normalization, using a 16-byte, 128-bit truncation for collision resistance, and binding the context with a happy groups phone v1 prefix. Want me to write this up as a spec in the server notes?
You ever find yourself with many service accounts accessing this key with different needs? For a single service account used by one service signer. In the blind index contract, no, nothing like this exists yet. The KMS key is being set up in infra, but the application code doesn't use it. Finding this before writing the application code is the right time. E164 is the obvious choice. The question is where normalization happens. Client before sending, server on receipt, or both. Server-side normalization before MAC is non-negotiable. Truncation. 128 bits is plenty for collision resistance. Full 32 bytes works too.
I wrote a markdown contract describing how phone number blind indexes are computed, stored, and queried, and I captured the key decisions. The indexes use a full 32-byte lowercase hexadecimal format. Server-side E164 normalization is the canonical point with optional client pre-normalization. A per row version column allows incremental migration to future versions. A context binding prefix prevents cross-field reuse, and the libphone number wrapper is explicitly referenced for parsing.
Alright, I think this is mostly good to go. Big factory. On. So this is for JO. Instead of the GCS secrets, we create the service account. I really like this. What happened for third manager? How does this work? I wonder if and should all this accept the with config factory instead of accepting a with config itself, because then the parent knows something about the internals of the person.
edited the happy group server index TypeScript file to replace the build with config call with a with config factory reference, and updated the happy group's phone encryption key name assignment. I also changed the base index TypeScript file to use a type-only import for with config factory, then ran the type check script across all projects and confirmed all checks passed while verifying that the with config type remains exported as needed.
Take a look. Think about our trend changes. Let's see what.
Permission requested. Command to check agent output tails. I examined the unstaged and staged diff statistics, then read and compared the new GCP WIF files, the GCP cluster stack changes, the bare metal configuration, and the 4GJO backup resources, noting several naming inconsistencies, potential bugs, and design concerns, and I suggested specific improvements to code quality and resource naming. Good, the GCP stack review is in, waiting on the remaining agents. Two agents done. Waiting on the remaining 3 new GCP WIF files, bare metal cluster consistency, and 4GJO backup / happy groups.
There's a strong change set overall. I'd call it salt security and
There is
operability
no text
upgrade.
provided. Please provide the text you would like me to clean and convert for text to speech. It appears there is no text provided. Please provide the text you would like me to clean for text to speech conversion.
Yeah, I don't know. Or not.
I don't see any text provided. Please provide the text you would like me to clean for text to speech.
How would you add that smoke check? What would you use? Dead code. Options, use it. Remove it. Object assign pattern insert manager. Helm values are built in 2 steps. Go ahead and fix. Press 3. Non-null assert. These are safe because the function already checks if returns undefined, but adding good. 4. AWKS test is slightly tautological. Computed at test time using the same algorithm it's testing. It verifies determinant, not correctness against independently computed value. Hard coding the expected kid string would make the test more of a true regression test. Type widening on bare metal config base declares. Silent skip of Workload Identity Federation bindings when pool is missing. Minor style inconsistency. Project roles. Happy Group Server KMS explicitly sets project roles with comment explaining KMS permissions granted at key level, not project level. Before a JO backup, S service account omits project roles entirely. Both work. Go ahead with more intentional. Also, think about these. I'd added an explicit post-deploy verification task. I'd build a small node TypeScript checker, then expose it via moon task. I'd run it in the same operator environment.
Permission requested. Exit plan mode with 8 targeted fixes.
Hmm. Know if I've ever actually seen this. So right now it's suggesting doing smoke tests on the production deployment, which makes a lot of sense. Like as soon as you deploy it, like I've done canaries before, where you roll it out and make sure the metrics don't look bad. But yeah, I mean, it makes a lot of sense to just have some sanity checks after you deploy. Some tests that run against production as soon as you deploy. I've run tests against production like periodically to make sure production's still behaving well, which are also useful, but yeah. This would give you a lot more confidence that you could walk away from your computer and everything hadn't broken after the deploys. Nightly/weekly, run tier 1+2 across all clusters. What is it? Well, we might add this.
I identified lint failures in the dev TypeScript and prod TypeScript configuration files that I hadn't edited. Then I ran the type check and test script and confirmed everything passed, and I marked task 9 as completed.
Hmm. No. Ah, yeah. Kill me. All that time I just spent. Do I do this? Alright, this is good. Take a look at all of our changes. I'm gonna go put my server back together. to feed them from my server back to the other. Over there. Yeah, that's enough.
I verified the repository state, confirming a clean working directory and displaying the 5 most recent commits. That background task was the initial commit attempt that failed due to the type check error, unused GCP import. I already handled it, fixed the import, fixed prettier formatting, and successfully committed as 22,688 CB. The working tree is clean, and the commit passed all pre-commit hooks.
I gotta go throw that RAM in the unraid server. I gotta feed them. And me.
I added the file in for /k8/clusters/app/gcp/index TypeScript and committed it with a message indicating that I added GCP Key Management Service keys and Workload Identity Federation for
hey.
Happy Group's phone encryption.
Okay. This is all committed. I think I gotta step away to feed them and get my other server up and running real fast. I'll probably be back in an hour. And then I think I'm good to go. Clear. Take a look at the last two commits. Could you just review our GCP cluster stacks to make sure we don't have any outstanding? I actually need to. Fuck. Show. I'll do this. Git put. You over here. Make sure there wasn't. Would have been fluent bid stuff. Not in here. Did I commit that separately? I guess so. Git stash. Just. I think I'm going to prioritize doing stage 2. And then after stage 2, I will consider doing the default network policy. CI failed, of course CI failed. Let's do this. Can you figure out why CI failed? Check Argo. So
Permission requested. Command to fetch archived CI logs from S3.
can't you just look?
I edited the TypeScript file at home/jordangarside/kiwi research /kiwi/ and for /k8/clusters/apps/gcp/index. TS, updating the comment and making the KMS block and its outputs conditional on the HappyGroup server KMS service account. Then I ran a preview of the app dev GCP stack with Pulumi, which completed successfully with only the expected small OIDC diff. Permission requested. Command to search for gitignore files mentioning styled system. I read the TypeScript files for the HappyGroup server and the cluster configuration, and discovered that the HappyGroup server uses its own standalone Pulumi stack with hard-coded production references, so it isn't part of the development cluster stack. I then fixed the GCP stack code that was throwing unconditionally when the service account was not defined. read the production and development TypeScript configuration files, edited the development TypeScript file to add the Happy Group's KMS service account, and then ran a Pulumi preview for the AppDev GCP stack with a timeout of 600,000 milliseconds to verify the changes. Permission requested. Run command to generate fresh helpers, MJS file. Permission requested. Command to compare old and new helpers, MJS files. I investigated the CI race condition, where the end-to-end tests can start before typecheck finishes, causing the Panda CSS code generation to be incomplete. I confirmed that the Playwright web server runs pnpm run dev, which triggers Panda CodeGen and in React Router dev. Verified that at pandex/dev is locked at version 181, compared the generated helper. Amended the commit to include the dev config addition, pre-commit hooks passed. The commit message now reflects both appprod and appdev configurations. The commit message has been updated to include the addition of the dev configuration, and it has successfully passed the pre-commit hooks.
Moon runs lint in parallel. Type check depends on CodeGen, so that runs once. Test depends on those. All three run in parallel. Each end-to-end test starts npm run dev panda. Reconcurrent panda all starts.
Permission requested. Edit Moon YML file. I verified the relevant diffs and added the Kiwi, app, Happy Groups, web, CodeGen dependency to all three end-to-end tasks in the Moon YAML file, ensuring code generation runs once before any eTWI task. I also updated the Playwright TypeScript configuration to use the pnpm React Router dev command instead of pnpm run dev, so the code generation step is skipped because Moon already handled it.
Good
It seems
instinct.
there's no text provided. Please provide the text you'd like me to clean for text-to-speech. I audited the web and server configurations, found that the dev and build scripts duplicated Cogin and typecheck, and
Okay,
updated
I'm
the
gonna be
web
back in a
package
bit.
JSON to remove
I've got
embedded
to go
Cogin,
feed them,
edited the
feed
web
myself,
YAML to
fix
add
my
dependencies on Cogin and
thing.
typecheck, and use React Router dev with the host flag, and revised the playwright config TypeScript comment to note that Moon handles Cogin and typecheck. Then I verified the changes with several git diff and status commands and inspected the Docker file.
She's going crazy. Crazy. Okay, what do we got going on? So we got these changes. Headphones. I gotta grab my headphones. Sweet. Okay, so we found our bad sticker RAM in our unraid server, which is nice. I would like to pick up, what is that called? This next. I see. Let's see. We'd like to pick up one of these. There's a new one. Jesus Christ, so fast. Can't read it. You also prove that if you use a local only KVM, hook up to a jet KVM, you can have remote access. Okay, I think I just ordered 2 of these. I kind of like to wait, but I mean, having to go downstairs every time is such a pain in the ass. I'll pick up at least 1 of these. Probably 2. No. We're cheaper. What do we got? This. My light's not bright enough. Oh my god.
I explained that the server side already follows the correct pattern, with the Moon YAML file showing that the dev and setupdb tasks depend on compile, and Playwright, sweb server using the no compile and no deps check flags for all 3 mix commands. I also clarified that Playwright still runs ecto, create and
Got
ecto,
it.
migrate because
Yep.
each end-to-end suite uses a different database path, which Moon cannot prepare in advance.
Grab it. Done. Grab it.
It seems like you didn't provide any text for me to clean. Please provide the text you would like me to clean, and I will be happy to assist you.
When these things don't listen, it's the most infuriating thing. Because it's just the confidence. Can we not do Write the server dev. Yeah.
I edited the Moon YAML file for the Happy Group server, updating the dev task to run mix phx, server with no compile and no dependencies check, and modifying the setupdb task to run mix ecto, create and mix ecto, migrate with no compile. It seems there's no text provided. Please provide the text you'd like me to clean for text-to-speech conversion. I'll be happy to assist you once I receive the text.
And I remember there was some change over here. What are our GCP costs?
Permission requested. Command to deploy all GCP stacks. Permission requested. Command to deploy all cluster stacks.
Why, Google? Why do you do this? I'm gonna look at the billing. So we're spending about $8 or $9 a month on this. And I think that's mostly our DNS stuff. Let's see. Yep, Cloud DNS, KMS. Breaking the bank here, Google. I've got this kind of money. $10 a month. $10. $10 a month. But we created some more too now. Expenses go up a little bit. I'm fine with this stuff. Like, this is stuff that doesn't, the costs are reasonable. The service you're getting is valuable for these things.
All 7 GCP stacks.
The things you get screwed on are the bulk stuff, like the EC2 instant, the compute engine, whatever, VMs, storage, things like this, or like this stuff, Cloud DNS, KMS. You don't have to use it. You could set up Vault or these different types of things. But that type of stuff's a lot of work, and this is not that expensive. And then at some point I can get some credits for this. Okay, this should be committed now. We can push this. We should be back. Feeling good. 6:30. I'm trying to do a good 4 hours. I feel good. See if I can feel good for 4 hours. How do I get back? Get me back. Let's see. We should have a. Oh, failed. Oh. Because I added a little bit of stuff. Hopefully CI works now. And then, what do we got left? We got stage 2, which is implementing SMS, a few other small things. I can either do that now, or I can do the network policies now. Stage 2 is going to be a lot of work. Let's do stage 2. Stage 2 it is. See if this passes. Let's go ahead and get ready to do stage 2. So we have a plan to implement stage 2, which is this. We'll need to set up Twilio here. I already made a Twilio account. Here. Why did CI fail? No. Logs. Okay. It's the one that broke it. CI failed for a different reason now. Please check the log. QResearch.com. Searching memories. Let me see if I can figure out why I failed.
I grepped the log file for failure patterns and found several error messages. I then read a portion of the file around the matches, which showed an error indicating the process exited with a non-zero exit code. I explained that these errors need to be investigated and resolved.
Okay, well, we can retry. I thought we had a no cache option. Is it only on here? We'll try that. This will disable the cache and then override it. See if that works. Oh, closed it. Update the plan, taking into account the setup in infra. Okay. And server notes. Okay, let's see if this worked. Running. The phase 2 should only be about creating the KMS keys in the GCP stack. No, already done.
Permission requested. Answer encryption mode question.
The phone bind index contact mentions envelope encryption for the phone encrypted column, but all architecture decisions say AES GCM with KMS key. Direct KMS encryption. For small data like phone numbers, direct KMS encryption is simpler and appropriate. Should we use direct KMS encryption post plain text to KMS, get ciphertext back, or actual envelope encryption, generate DEC locally, encrypt data, wrap DEC with KMS? What is the security difference between these? Is it safer to do? Look that up. Also, the KMS keys already exist at app fraud. App GCP index. Work. Keyboard. How nice it ran. I think it passed. That passed. Now I could rerun this pipeline. Should work. Direct KMS. Your server sends the plain text to Google KMS API over TLS. Google KMS service sees the phone number momentarily during encryption. The KMS key itself never leaves. You generate a random data encryption key locally, encrypt the phone number locally, and wrap the DEC with the KMS key. Google only ever sees random bytes. Do I trust Google? I suppose I kind of have to. But right now I'm trusting Google with my Pulumi secrets, which gives them access to basically everything if they had access to. Yeah, I think I think direct KMS is fine. It's hard to change later though. My thinking is that I have access to the phone numbers. So it's just I can't ever really fully keep those secure. Let me ask. How much more work is it to do deck now? It would be hard to change later, right? And we passed, which means this should be passing. I don't know what happened to our cache. I don't know why our cache got messed up. How long did this run take? It took 3 minutes. Not terrible. And the one without cache took 7.5 minutes.
The KMS module only needs about 30 to 50 extra lines to generate a random 256-bit data encryption key. Encrypt locally with AES 256 GCM, wrap the key, and store the wrapped key, nonce, and ciphertext as a single blob while keeping the schema unchanged. And that migrating existing rows later would be painful. Want me to update the plan to use envelope encryption?
Honestly, no. Here's why. You're already sending plaintext phone numbers to Twilio for SMS verification. Yeah, that's true. Great. Do I need to generate a Twilio? Maybe I can save it somewhere. Where's my keyboard now? Let's see.
Permission requested. Ask user about Twilio authentication method.
Press the magic key and quickly tap. Oh cool, my MacBook's just frozen. That's why Bluetooth's not working. Oh. Not gonna happen right now. I'm gonna have to restart. Cool. Oh. Create an API key. What are my options? Auth token. Use account level auth token. For storage, the plan has these going into Pulumi prod. Right. I gotta create a token. Let's do an API key. Let me set that up real fast. What command should I use to save it and how to create it? Console account API key. Create API key. This real fast. Key. Standard. Copy grit. Need to paste in your app. Here. This. apps, unhappy groups. What is it? kiwi.app.happygroups.server. Kiwi. Here we go. Secret. Yikes. Twilio service. Clear. All of these supposed to be secrets. And where do I get service SID? Are they all secrets not strictly?
There's no text provided for me to clean and convert for text to speech. Please provide the text, and I'll be happy to assist you.
Twilio account SID. Go to console verify server. This feature uses automatic SMS fraud detection to block fraudulent messages from being. SID. Okay, I think good to go. Should have 4 secrets here. Of course. These Twilio API key secret, API key SID, account SID, verified service SID. Since account SID, API keys. All right, here we go. Big plan. What we should do for dev? We don't even have a dev. What is secret key? I'm going to have Man. Oh fuck. I fucked this up. Ah, stop. What do you think of this plan? Take a look at the notes and take a look at the notes and what do you think? Start starting. We're going to do some. Oh, hold on. Oh, the code is so fucking bad. Don't compact, you stupid. Program that works. You only have hundreds of millions of dollars. Embarrassing.
Permission requested. Command to extract full plan text from JSONL file using Python.
Voice over IP policy conflicts with the decided architecture. Your plan rejects VoIP in phase 4. Yeah, we're not. KMS encryption approach. Plan says direct KMS encryption contract. Did you update redoc and contract doc? We are not going to. And verification should be one time and bound to registration action. Verified phone with a 15-minute window is reusable. But a return, yeah, short-lived verification token and require / consume and register. Phase 1, then phase 3 migration churn is necessary. What this means. Phase 7 unlock UI says independent of others. The unlock function auth context currently calls derived key. After phase 1, this becomes derived keys with the phone number. The unlock overlay needs the user's phone number available.
It seems like you didn't provide any text for me to clean and convert for text-to-speech. Please provide the text you'd like me to work with, and I'll be happy to assist you. I explained that Goth version 1.4.5 fully supports external account credentials for Workload Identity Federation, handling token reading, SDS exchange, service account impersonation, and automatic caching and refreshing. I showed how to add the Goth dependency in Mix, configure it as a child and fetch tokens for KMS API calls, and noted that you still need an HTTP client and a module for the KMS key configuration. I recommended using Goth for token lifecycle management and focusing testing on the KMS encrypt, decrypt, and max sign logic.
What you doing, girl? You already went outside.
It seems there is no text provided. Please provide the text you would like me to clean for text-to-speech. I will remove markdown formatting and code blocks, expand abbreviated units, and expand file extensions to full names.
Make sure we're using latest versions of everything. And probably check. Go ahead. I wish I could watch movies on stream. Put like Interstellar on or something. If I was on Twitch instead of YouTube, I could play whatever, but it would still affect your VODs, the replays. I still wouldn't even do it on Twitch. Bring me a toy. Hey, come on.
I confirmed the latest package versions and wrote a revised Stage 3 phone migration plan to a markdown file, merging the old phases, updating the KMS client to use Goth version 145, switching PIN hashing to Argon TWID, binding verification tokens with a signed Phoenix token, using blind index rate limiter keys, and adjusting the supervision tree so Goth is added only when the KMS client is real.
I might stop at like 9 today. Maybe I'll watch a movie. Maybe. I need to order popcorn. Let me see. Costco one time had popcorn kernels, and they never carried them again. It's kind of weird because they sell popcorn machines. They don't sell kernels. They sell the microwavable popcorn, but yeah, I mean that stuff's supposed to be pretty bad for your health. Okay, yeah, they sell it online. I wonder if it's cheaper than Amazon. Let's see. This is the same one as Costco. What? It's $15 on Costco's website, plus you have to pay $3 shipping. Okay, I guess I'm getting on Amazon. I don't know that I like popcorn, but I've been trying to avoid these heavy carbs. Bread, rice, popcorn. Maybe I won't get it. It's kind of nice for movies and stuff. Let's see. I'll order some because I should have it around even if I don't eat it that often. Much tighter than earlier draft. Define failure policy. We call them blind index rate limiter keys. And we're out of contact. It said I had 7% left, and now I have 0% because I read the document. Let's see how fast I am with. Okay, 62 is about my. That's about the peak I can do. Is that 60, 70?
I edited the Stage 3 phone migration plan markdown file to add a timing uniformity requirement for the KDF params resolver, ensuring both found and not found paths take the same amount of time. I also updated the notes to restrict the phone number field on the user GraphQL type, so it is only resolved for the authenticated user viewing their own record.
Avoid doing KMS network calls inside. So
edited the Stage 3 phone migration plan markdown file to replace the note about removing the phone number regex with a corrected line, and to keep the maybe generate account UUID function in the change set. And I added a clarification about IP sourcing for rate limiting after the rate limiter attribute rename. I also searched the same markdown file for rate limit mentions to locate the appropriate insertion point. I examined how the rate limiting logic obtains the client IP and confirmed that traffic sets an X forwarded for header, which is rewritten by plug, rewrite on in endpoint X, passed into the absinthe context, and used by the account resolvers. I then updated the Stage 3 phone migration plan markdown file to note that IP sourcing for rate limiting is already implemented rather than adding new work. edited the Stage 3 phone migration plan markdown file to insert a Twilio operational monitoring note near the lookup failure policy. And I also added the KMS timeout specification to the KMS client section of the same file. edited the Stage 3 phone migration plan markdown file to replace a line about recovery login, and then added a clarification to the Phase 3 registration lock PIN section, stating that this phase only builds PIN infrastructure and will be wired into enforcement later. I also incorporated the remaining suggestions, fixing token replay, global rate limits, libphone number JS, and adding new cross-cutting notes on blind index usage, PIN enforcement scope, recovery enumeration, and column nullability, while enhancing the document with explicit outage policies, migration warnings, and a full observability metrics specification.
What did you put? Come on. Come on. Come on. Oh! You sleeping, pup?
I edited the migration plan markdown to label per node rate limiting as a production readiness blocker, and added a dummy blind index lookup for recovery invalid token paths. I introduced a dummy HMAC constant, created composite database indexes for phone verification lookups and cleanup queries, and set a 5-second Twilio client timeout with a consistent error mapping. I also updated the documentation to require replacing per node rate limiting before production launch.
Final verification still uses shell grep commands.
I searched the repository for the error symbols, read the relevant section of the Stage 3 phone migration plan markdown file, and then edited that file to replace every occurrence of error, lookup unavailable with error, Twilio unavailable, so the verification context uses a consistent error name.
Unix token is signed, not encrypted. Your payload currently includes plain text, phone number. Token values ever leak. That's PI. The last one. Migration steps.
I updated the Stage 3 phone migration plan markdown to clarify that the pin change set validates a 4 to 6 digit numeric format, located the hash doc updates needed section, reviewed the surrounding lines, and refined the bullet points for next steps, MD and implementation stages, MD accordingly.
Hmm.
I searched the Stage 3 phone migration plan markdown file for the line mentioning Twilio environment variables. Then I edited that line to add Pepper Secret Phase 3 to the description.
Added pre-auth KMS service guard. In section it has coherent hardening story 6 to 8 digits. Pepper rotation. I lose music. In consume verification token, you have duplicate E, bullets, and a small logic. Registration path needs explicit binding check. Token's phone blind index must match the submitted phone number. Token's phone blind index must match the submitted phone number after normalized plus blind index. You'd call this up directly, otherwise someone could mix token with different phone input. Consume verification token says recover plain text phone by decrypting phone. It does not work for brand new registration, no user yet. Better to make the canonical return value. Keep. Pepper retrieval path is slightly mixed. This is going pretty well. I like the feedback from Codex 5.3. I wonder about having Codex do more of the actual implementation work. I just have a lot of success with Claude doing the implementation work. I don't know if it makes sense to try to switch over to Codex. It's just kind of hard because the things you'd really like to try it on are something like this, a really big thing, but then it's like I know Claude can do it. So do I really want to like spend the time to have Codex do it, and if I get some weird response, I guess Vue, just have both of them do it. It's kind of what Cursor was doing. Just have both of them do it, but then with Cursor you're paying for the APIs and it's expensive. What's really special about Claude versus the other models historically, like especially compared to Gemini, is that it just writes code somewhat like what a person would write most of the time. I don't know if Codex does that or not.
I edited the Stage 3 phone migration plan markdown file to update the Pepper setup description, unifying its source by using Pulumi configuration, a Kubernetes secret, and an environment variable, following the same pattern as the Twilio credentials. I read the Stage 3 phone migration plan markdown file and edited it, replacing the Pepper rotation description to clarify that pin hash version is a monotonically increasing integer stored per user with explicit version mapping.
Man, I gotta do so much work while these AI companies are just burning tokens. It's like I can just run all this stuff for so cheap, like it's costing them money every time I ask these questions. And they're like OpenAI right now is giving 2x usage. So it's like I should just iterate these plans over and over again until I'm happy with them. And this just won't be a viable thing to do in the long term.
I edited the Stage 3 phone migration plan markdown file to note that the Twilio line type lookup should be cached by blind index in ETS with a 1-hour time to live, preventing redundant API calls on re-verification. I also documented several related items. The conflict in the contact discovery
Is this
documentation
song?
confirms tracking of the pin format, added timing test details for KDF params to verify mock calls without fragile wall clock assertions, and described the Twilio lookup caching strategy. I explained that using hashes without real cryptographic protection merely obscures personally identifiable information and is worse than being explicit with plaintext, which keeps the trust model honest and ensures proper handling. I edited the Stage 3 phone migration plan markdown file, replacing the old contact discovery model description with an updated note that the client uploads plaintext contact phone numbers. stage 3 phone migration plan markdown file, replacing the description of change auth key 4 to note that it now calls authenticate user with a virtual phone number that is not populated. I confirmed that 5 fixes were applied and that the migration plan is complete, with no remaining inconsistencies, thorough cross-cutting concerns, explicit failure semantics for external dependencies, specified security properties, and test coverage for the relevant edge cases.
Okay. Let's do. Did not type. If. What?
Permission requested. Command to install Elixir dependencies.
Okay.
Permission requested. Command to reset database for new phone schema. Permission requested. Edit accounts, X file in the Happy Group server resolver. Permission requested. Command to reset database after fixing unused alias. Permission requested. Command to reset database with fixed migration ordering. Permission requested. Run pre-commit checks across all projects. Permission requested. Command to fix prettier formatting in 8 files. Permission requested. Command to auto-format Elixir files in the Kiwi research directory. Permission requested. Rerun pre-commit checks after formatting fixes in the Kiwi research project. Permission requested. Command to fix prettier formatting in Markdown notes. Permission requested. Command to reset test database and run Elixir tests. Permission requested. Command to drop, create, and migrate test database. Permission requested. Run Elixir tests in memory SQLite test database. Permission requested. Run rate limit tests for dynamically generated phone numbers. Permission requested. Command to run full Elixir test suite. Permission requested. Run full validation suite on Kiwi research project. I edited the Elixir file accounts X to extract a helper for registry user and to simplify the get KDF params nesting. And I edited the Elixir file accounts web resolvers accounts X to replace the inline registration logic with a do register helper. I explained that Credo. It seems like you haven't provided any text for me to clean. Please provide the text. Waiting for your preference on the Credo nesting approach before continuing. Still waiting for your preference, should I? 1. Waiting on your response about the Credo nesting approach before I proceed. Still waiting for your answer on the Credo nesting approach. Relax the limit to 3, or keep refactoring to satisfy depth 2. Permission requested. Command to compile with warnings as errors and run tests. Permission requested. Run full validation suite for the Kiwi research project.
Hard. Learning a new keyboard. Okay.
I added the Goth, Rec, and X phone number dependencies to the Elixir server, created KMS behavior, mock, and GCP client modules, implemented phone number normalization and HMAC-based blind indexing, updated the migration to replace email with encrypted phone fields, rewrote the user schema and accounts context, adjusted GraphQL types and resolvers, fixed a critical bug in recovery regeneration, relaxed Credo nesting depth, and added 3 new server test files, bringing the total to 112 passing tests. I also updated the TypeScript React client by changing the KDF salt handling, modifying GraphQL operations, auth context, pages, validation regexes, and delivery method types, renamed recovery code to recovery passphrase, and refreshed all end-to-end tests, resulting in 0 failures and a fully passing lint, type check, and test suite. I replace the header in the Stage 3 phone migration plan markdown file with an updated description indicating that Phase 1 is complete, and then I ran Prettier to format the updated document.
Login rate limiting is keyed by hash of raw input instead of normalized text phone, so formatting variants can. We should normalize not blind index, because blind indexing would require the web field. Our mapping is likely broken. Validation server returns but UI checks.
display the unstaged diff for the Pulumi prod YAML file and show the summary of unstaged changes in the notes directory, including the file change statistics.
Settings page's account email is a CSS class name. Current test only compare. Current test only compare map.keys of the response found. They don't verify the dummy KMS HMAC and dummy key. And someone could optimize away the dummy calls. The test still passed, defeating the whole anti-integration design. No KMS error handling test. Phone test data is used only. Lib. Note files are unstaged. Ignore 6 and 7 we'll leave out because they're not used yet, right? Go ahead and do the others. And what do you think about these? Hold on, Pep. Hold on, Pep. I might need to start using codecs more. They're making quad so slow. Oh.
Permission requested. Command to reset database for test run. Permission requested. Command to reset database with Prometheus disabled. Permission requested. Run Happy Group server tests. Permission requested. Command to find Happy Group's project name in Moon.
Was drinking. Gosh. Let's just get kind of. Okay, Miss Bob. Okay. Let's see. I gotta call it here. Yeah, I think I'm gonna call it here. Is that you watching, Darcy?
I fixed login rate limit key normalization by normalizing phone numbers before hashing, updated field error key mapping to convert snake case to camel case, made base decode 64 safe in phone blind index, moved KMS key names to runtime configuration.
You're gonna have to charge them more.
CSS class, and added several Elixir
Charge them
script
hourly.
tests for KMS call count uniformity, error propagation, and international phone number handling.
Are you doing anything for
I also deferred the libphone
Chinese New Year?
JavaScript client dependency to a later phase.
I think is Chinese New Year. It's the biggest holiday, right, in China? Or is there a bigger one? How long have you had the dog for? That's always my biggest issue with traveling, is the dog. It's a pain to get someone to watch her. Especially because she's used to being on like a property, so like most of the people who are dog sitting are in apartments. Which she does okay, but it's just I don't really want to be gone that long. Did they go to China? and leave you in the US? Or are they also there? It's funny. Yeah, I usually leave her. I usually use Rover and I leave her with like a person instead of a kennel. Most of the places here that you can like leave them, there's like people who have farms and stuff in kind of kennels. They usually require you like bring them a couple times first, and it's just kind of a pain. And the other problem is like whenever I leave her at someone else's house, I'm always worried that she's gonna get fleas or something, because I don't like giving her flea medication and she doesn't get fleas out here. But when you're around a lot of other dogs, or like if you're in an apartment or you like walk your dog, I remember in California, when we used to live in an apartment in LA, the cats would get fleas constantly. So you'd have to use flea medication because it's just people. There's so many people in the beaches. It's like so packed that just every single season you're getting fleas if you don't use flea medication. I haven't had that issue with her, but like anytime I leave her at someone else's house, I immediately give her a bath when she gets back. Yeah, they're not like I haven't had any problems with fleas with her, as long as she's like, I mean, with her, I've never actually had fleas, but yeah, in the past it was a pain. I've had her for 4 years or so, something like that. Basically since COVID. She's like 5. It was my friend's dog, and then she left her with me. So now it's my dog. Say hi, Pep. Do this. Come. Yeah, she's a French Shepherd. She's pretty smart. But people always get scared of black dogs, though. She's like 70 pounds. She's not huge, but pretty big. Yeah, she likes to keep the deer away. Sometimes there'll be like 8 or 9 deer. I try to keep her from going out when the deer are out. Huskies are a little bit of a pain in any weather, like California and Vegas. Like I had a friend that had huskies in Vegas. I mean, it's just way too hot for huskies in Vegas. California's not as bad, but they just do so much better in cold weather. Yeah, I don't like to let her out when the deer are out because she'll chase the deer and I mean, they'll just run away. But I always worry that she'll like chase the deer into the road and it'll cause an accident, or she'll run into the road or something. So I don't like to let her out when the deer are out. Usually they just run into the bushes. There's like trees and blackberry and stuff, and so they just hop into the trees. But you never know, they could just run onto the road, which would not be safe. And if she chased them on the road, that would also be bad. There's no fence really, so she could just run out onto the road. She doesn't usually, but if there's ever like a car or a person on the road that's like stopped on the road, she'll like go out to the road, which isn't ideal because it's a pretty fast road. In the did you go to the pound or did you go to a shelter? It's crazy how many dogs I have to put down in the shelter. I don't think people realize how many dogs there are in both the pound and the shelters. The pound is where they go first when like when the city captures the animals, and then what happens is the shelters, the nonprofit shelters, a lot of them are no-kill shelters. The no-kill shelters will try to find the best animals at the pound, like the friendliest animals, and then they'll take those animals, bring them to the shelter, and if they can't get them adopted, they'll just keep them indefinitely. But yeah, it was funny when I got my cat, Ruby, I was at the pound, and there was a cat I liked, an older cat, because I wanted an older cat at the time. And he was really friendly. Yeah, definitely found. Yeah, the cat I wanted was really friendly, but the shelter had already, like, they were taking her that day, basically, so then I went to the shelter, and then the shelter wouldn't let me adopt her because they didn't want a cat that was going to be outdoors at all. The shelter would only adopt the people who would keep the cats indoor 100 all the time. But yeah, anyway, that's usually how the pound and the shelter work. Shelters. You should just have the chatbots do the math. I wish I could like watch stuff on stream, but YouTube will flag it. If there's any audio from like any other YouTube videos, or if there's any music that you play that's copyright or whatever, they'll, in any of the replays, they'll cut off the audio, or they'll just, depending on if it's fully copyrighted and the person doesn't want it used, then they'll actually block the video from being replayed at all. So I like can't play any videos, can't play any music. Anytime I feel like I'm getting stuck on the work, I always just like ask the chatbot. Yeah, so if you watch Twitch will let you do whatever. It's just if you try to play back the videos later, then that's when the audio will be cut out. But on Twitch, most people aren't going back and watching old videos. Plus, Twitch gets rid of the videos after like 60 days or something. So yeah, Twitch is just not really designed for keeping the content. For me, like the main reason to do the YouTube streaming is to have the videos, more so than like having people who are interacting and watching the content live.
because like for me, if I have the videos, then I have content like that I can show someone, or if someone asks like how I set something up, I can just say, here's the video to watch. But on Twitch, those get cut off, and on Twitch you can play whatever music, but then like I said, the videos will be muted. I wonder if... Actually, I think one of the videos I got copyrighted had Chinese characters in it, because I tried to do the AI. Yeah, which one was it? It was this one? How do I find this? I saw it on the phone. I gotta see how I do it on here. I think it was this one. Probably have to do it on my channel. Dashboard? Content detections? Oh, I got another subscriber today. I was at 10 this morning. I'm at 11. I don't know how many of those are people I don't know. I think it's... Oh, wait, it says I have 11. Yeah, and I got 10 earlier. I think the issue is if you start focusing on stuff like view count or subscriber count, you're just very incentivized to make content that's like, you're incentivized to focus on content that attracts people to some degree rather than content you actually want to make. And for me, like making happy groups is more important than like having a channel that does well. I just think of like the YouTube stuff as it's useful, like if to help career-wise, and then also for happy groups potentially. And I feel like when I'm done with happy groups, I can take all the content and compile it into a short video, and then I can do one of those ones that's like, you know, half a year of work in 15 minutes or something. And those usually do pretty well because, especially if it's like a highly skilled thing, people want to see like a lot of stuff condensed into a short period of time. But yeah, not super focused on subscribers. It's just, they tell me. I want to see, how do I find this? I know on the phone it told me that I had a copyright music thing. Maybe if I just open up the video, probably this one. Here? Yeah, here. I wonder if I can paste these. I wonder if that website is Chinese. I can't read that. I assume America Lab is Chinese. This was kind of like the AI website I was trying to use for AI music. And they, at least they don't, with their AI music, they don't do a copyright strike, which would actually block the video. They basically take the monetization away from the video. So like if this video got a bunch of views, they would get the money from the video instead of you, which is fine because my videos don't get any views. But it's just better to not have that happening all the time, because you just never know, like one video can do well for some reason. Not my videos, but in general. I assume it's saying America Labs 3 times, and then each one is a different song on America Labs. Yeah, I was looking at ordering something today, and both the things I was going to order from are Chinese websites, and the one website I was going to order a Jet KVM. Here. And both these sellers basically say if you order right now, they're not shipping it until later. So this website, it's not shipping it until the 26th, which is, I mean, they're taking off like 2 weeks. And then this other website isn't shipping until I think the 21st, 20th. It says orders from the 17th to the 19th won't be shipped until the 20th. Yeah, I just have to play the same music over and over again. It gives me incentive to finish faster, because otherwise I'll go crazy. One thing that's kind of funny is that I have the text-to-speech voice, and so it reads back, like, you know, if it's something finished or whatever, it tells me what happened. And so I set that up, and where I live, I mean, I message people, but I don't ever really, I talk to people on the phone sometimes or whatever, but I'm not, like, there's not voices, like, in my house in general, other than, like, the dog barks or something. But after I set up the text-to-speech, I would, like, because I'd go like brush my teeth or just, and like the thing would be playing, and so I'd hear the voice kind of like in the house, you know? And then after I set that up, I was like starting to just hear that voice sometimes and like wondering if I was just me hearing something or if it like actually played something back. That hasn't really happened anymore since I've been using it more, but it's kind of a funny thing. I'm basically used to like never hearing voices in my house unless I'm like, I have a TV on or something. But now I have my computer talking to me. I wonder if they did anything differently because of that fire in Hong Kong. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind the voice. It was just, like I said, hearing the voice, and then I would be in a different room, and something would finish, and the voice would play. And then like sometimes I'd be in a different room, and I'd be like, did the voice just play, or am I just imagining that the voice played? Kind of like, you know, when you think you hear your phone pinging you or something, but instead of getting pinged, I hear a voice. Yeah, these text-to-speech models are getting pretty scary. There's a guy who did a video on this recently too, because you can clone someone's voice with only a few minutes of footage now, or a few minutes of audio. And like, it's not perfect, but you know, an older person would know the difference. And even like some of the things I've seen on YouTube now where they clone the voices, it's so hard to tell that it's not the person.
Hi there. This is the text-to-speech server. This voice can output any text.
Pretty good. I have it sped up too, like I could do it more slowly, but the filtered faces where videos of fake people look perfect. I don't know. I mean, I feel like even if you're tech savvy, like my dad's pretty tech savvy, but he sends me YouTube videos every once in a while. And like the last 5 videos he sent me, I have to explain to him that they're all AI videos. Like both the voice is AI, all of the content is AI. Like he sent me something about castles in Europe or something, and literally every scene was AI generated, but they were like realistic AI generations, you know what I mean? And it was just like kind of cutting from one to another. Then there was another one. He sent me like a physicist talking. It was all AI videos. I mean, the thing is, if you read the comments, right, most people in the comments recognize it, but I think a lot of older people don't read comments at all. AI health tips. My mom's not like on YouTube or anything. She's not on YouTube or TikTok or Facebook or anything like that, so she doesn't get any of that. She just watches regular television. So that hasn't really been an issue. But my dad's on like Instagram and YouTube and stuff. The drone shots of the festival are funny. What are the AI health tips? Are they like eat 3 meals a day, go to sleep on time? Yeah, they've done some of those drone shows in the US too. I imagine they're better in China because they make all the drones. I wonder what the budget is for this for this show. Like, does the government just have a separate budget for this? Because usually in the US, I think it's mostly the cities that put it on. I wonder if it's done by the city or if it's done by the government. Or if, like, the companies just kind of fund part of it, too. City? Yeah. The cities are also responsible for collecting the taxes too, I think, right? Do you know how the real estate is in China? I know there was that pullback, but I wonder if real estate is still down relative to the highs. Let's see. If there's an index on that. Residential property prices for China. Very down still. Yep. You are correct. Down a lot. So it peaked in 2021. And it's off about 20% since then. Which is a lot for a levered asset. So if you bought $1 million place in China, it'd be 800,000 ish. Probably depending on the city. So yeah, and then that's like the average, right? So some cities were probably hit much harder than others. Some might be down 30 or 40%. US property prices are high. They're at all-time highs. Real residential property. Now this is showing it even more. What is the difference between these two? Residential property prices versus real residential property prices. This is adjusted for something else. It's deflated using the consumer price index. Yeah, so housing's down even more than that. This one is down, what is that? 112.88. That's about the same. 20-25%, something like that. Man, the prices in Japan, not good. They peaked in 1991, and they have never been as high as they were in 1991. That's kind of the speculation people wonder about, is like, is China going to end up like Japan? Is the US going to end up like Japan? No one knows. That's kind of the wonder. Because Japan basically had 30 years of stagnation. Their economy didn't grow for 30 years. Now it's finally starting to grow again. Korea as well. Korea peaked in 1991, just like Japan. One of the things I talk about, like in economics, is how hard it is to predict which countries are going to do well over like a 30 or 40 year period. Because I think they say, like, if you were to look at countries, like without without knowing what we know now, but if you were to look at countries, say like in the 50s or 60s, you were to look at the Asian countries, you would think the Philippines would have done very well because they were English speaking. And South Korea had almost nothing going for it. And South Korea has done very, very well. And they still don't really speak English. And the Philippines has not grown almost at all. So there's like a lot of things economists would look at and be like, oh, this should help or that should hurt or whatever. And in practice, it's just, you have no idea what's going to happen. Some countries do really well, some don't. It's very specific and hard to predict. Canada's real estate prices have dropped off quite a bit too. I always consider getting a place in Canada because my uncle lives in Montreal. No, I never. Yeah. I mean, I went to Waterloo I was only there for like 4 months or 5 months. Yeah, so I did go to school there, but I forget. It was such a short period of time. Because I was in LA and then I drove Uber for a bit and then I applied to school in Waterloo. Then I was at Waterloo and I was doing the PhD program there. But I worked on a website called Atoms and Bits. I think it's up right now. Oh no, it's not up because I'm messing around with my server in the garage. That's on my old stuff, so that stuff's not as reliable. But my advisor wasn't super interested in like machine learning stuff. This was what year was that? 2018, I think. And I was interested in machine learning stuff. And my advisor wasn't really interested in that stuff. He was like okay with it, but I started making a website and he just like wasn't interested in any stuff like that. So then I met this guy, John, who was a professor at Notre Dame. He was doing AI stuff. I mean, I reached out to him because he was doing AI stuff in chemistry. And then he was actually looking to leave academia anyways. So we started kind of working on a company. We had an offer for some money for it and we could have taken that, but I just like wasn't interested. I had no money at the time. And so I wasn't really interested in doing a startup. It was just kind of like working out that way. But he got an offer at a hedge fund. And so I was like, I'd rather just go work at the hedge fund than work on this startup at the time. And so we worked at the hedge fund for a bit. And it's not basically, I was only at Waterloo for like a term, like 4 or 5 months. And then I left and went and worked at the hedge fund. It's pretty funny though, because like I don't know if I would have gotten any of the jobs if I just hadn't gone to Waterloo. Like, I went to Waterloo for chemistry, not even for computer science. I don't know if I would have been able to get into graduate computer science just because I didn't have like the academic record to do. I mean, I think I would be totally qualified to. It's just getting into computer science for Waterloo is much harder than chemistry or physics. There's so many Chinese students at Waterloo because in Canada, you know, they like, in the US, they limit to some degree how many students can go, but in Canada, they don't. Like, they'll just expand the university, right? Like, if people want to go there, they'll just keep growing the campus. And so in Canada, I mean, it was like 80% or 90% of the students in physics and chemistry were Chinese. And part of that was because if you were Chinese and you wanted to go to Waterloo because it's a good school, and most people can't get into computer science, there's just not enough seats. So then, like, in China, physics and chemistry are still like a respected degree, and in the US and Canada, chemistry and physics, they're respected, but they don't have the weight they used to have. But people would more do like business or something like that instead in the US and Canada, I would say, because they would want to go into finance or something. But yeah, anyways, I like TA'd one course and it was like 80 or 90% Chinese students, and not even just Chinese students, like students that don't speak English at all. You know, like they would come into office hours and it would be like one student that spoke English, and then they would like translate it to the other 4 students. It's so bad too, because like culturally, they're just there to like get the credential. And so they just completely copy off one another. Like there's they don't care at all, right? Like I think high school is like that too in China from what I understand. But yeah, I mean I don't care as a TA. It's yeah, the credential is basically worthless because all the students kind of just copy off each other. I don't know if they're able to do anything with it. I guess if you go back to China, it still has some weight to some degree. So like it does open doors for you. And for the most part, the things you learn in college don't even apply anyway. So I don't know that it really matters that you cheated or not, because you're not going to use most of the knowledge for any real job in practice. Yes, Waterloo was cold. It was like there in the winter season too. Waterloo would have been a good place to get a house or a condo, but I didn't have money to do that at the time. But that real estate market's grown a ton. Because a lot of people want to stay there. Like if you go to school in Waterloo and you do computer science, and then the Canadian government has pretty good programs for startups and stuff. So if you're a small startup and you want to raise like a few $100,000 to try and do a business, the Canadian government has a lot of programs like that. And so a decent amount of people actually just want to stay in Waterloo. I think the challenge with that, in my experience, has been that most of the best students in the computer science programs at Waterloo, they try to go to the US because your pay is just, I mean, it's not comparable. Like in Canada, maybe you can make like 150,000 a year Canadian, which is like, let's say 110 US. Like if you're lucky, you can make that much. And I would say most of the jobs are probably closer to 80 to 110 Canadian. And then like if you're good in the US, you can make like 400,000 or 500,000 US generally. So it's just not even really comparable. And then like a new grad in the US can make like 180 or 200,000 from like Waterloo. So it's just pretty hard to want to stay in Canada when you can make almost double the amount in the US. But so the people who want to start their own business and stuff, some of them will do that and stay in Waterloo because they're trying to do their own business and stuff. The challenge you run into is hiring people. Like, how are you going to hire good people in Canada? You can hire some people and you'll get some good people. It's just the work culture there is much more laid back, a lot more like Europe. And so you're going to have a hard time getting people to work all the time and really kind of push to get hard stuff done. And on top of that, Canada has really strict labor laws. So if you want to fire anyone for any reason, it's very difficult to fire people after, like I think you have like a 2-month probationary period or 3-month probationary period where you can fire the employee for any reason. But after that, you have to have all these reasons and they can just sue you for all sorts of different reasons if you try to fire them, and you have to give them really good benefits when they leave and stuff. And that's fine if you're a big company, but it's a really big hindrance if you're a startup. One of the YouTube channels, Linus Tech Tips on YouTube, he's talked about this to some degree because they won't even show the person on YouTube for the first 3 months or whatever because they're in that probationary period and they want to be 100% sure they're going to keep the employee. And once they, anyway, it's not really ideal for building startups, at least. It's nice for, not having to worry about losing your job, but yeah. I think the downside in Canada is really just that the economy is slower. It's harder to make as much money. Life is more laid back, I would say. But like products are more expensive too. So, if you want to get a TV or anything like that, it's going to be a lot more expensive in Canada than it is in the US. But because of the exchange rate being the main reason. And nothing's produced there, so you have to pay all the tariffs or fees or whatever to get imported into the country. I think a lot of Chinese people have started moving to Montreal. I mean, Vancouver and Toronto were the two big cities that people moved to. I mean, Vancouver would be like No, cost of living is pretty bad. I mean, well, it's not bad compared to the US. I mean, Vancouver is. So this is kind of it. There's just not a lot of people there. All of Canada has less people than California, I think. It's like a state. It's just a huge state. And then it's very cold, so... They don't, And like I said, I would say the biggest issue is they have that really good school system, that government school system, and I think it's like a really good school system, but they can't keep anyone that's, I mean, they can keep some people that are good. Like I know people who, you get stuck in Canada because you end up having a kid, and now you don't want to move, your family lives there, you know, your wife, whatever, works there, and so you're not going to move to the Bay Area and make more money. But it's just, most people in Canada who are really talented and they're young, they're going to move out of Canada because of how much more they'll get paid out of Canada. So even though Canada does a good job, I think, of producing people that do well, like they have a good immigration system that is sort of merit-based to some degree, and they have good schooling that tries to identify people that are good and put a lot of funding into that. They have a hard time keeping them once they've trained them. So. The thing I think that would make sense to do probably would be to do something like what Australia does, which is that they tax your income. Like they give you college for free, but then they tax your income after the fact. That would actually probably work pretty well for Canada if they did that. But then you would have to tax people even if they moved out of the country. And I think the US is the only place that does that, actually. The US, even if you're a US citizen and you leave the US and like go live in Australia or some other country, they will continue to tax you for the rest of your life unless you get rid of your US citizenship. I don't think any other country does that. But yeah, so a lot of Chinese people, or a lot of immigrants in general, move to Vancouver and Toronto because they're more English-speaking places. I mean, Vancouver would be the ideal place, I think. Like if you're moving to Canada, like that's the place I like the best because it's the most like Washington and Oregon. Malaysia, if they give you college for free anywhere, you have to come back to work at the country for 5 years. Yeah, I mean, I think Canada probably should implement something like this because they train up people so much, and all of that value gets taken by the US. But yeah, so Vancouver would be the best, but Vancouver is the most expensive because it's the least cold place people go to. Like it doesn't really snow there that much. That has the nicest weather, and I think it's just the nicest place to live. But so Vancouver is also like this really landlocked place, and so it's the most expensive place. I would say Vancouver is almost on par with San Francisco in terms of costs, but you can't make that much. Like I said, the salaries are the same as what I described already, and that's all in Canadian dollars, but then your costs are basically the same as San Francisco or something. So it's just, no one can really afford to live there unless you already owned a house there, or you like do something online where you're able to make enough money because you're charging in like another currency. Yeah, I think Vancouver is really bad. Toronto has the benefit that it's just such a big area that a lot of people live in the suburbs outside of Toronto. And so that gives you a lot of options. You can take the train in, or you can drive in, and it's viable to live outside the city. Vancouver, it's much harder to do that just because of the geography. So then Montreal, not as many people moved there, and the real estate prices are actually more reasonable. And I would say the cost of living is more reasonable in Montreal. But part of the reason for that is because they speak French there, and they're not very friendly to people who are not French speaking. So it's not as enjoyable to live there as an immigrant in Montreal, although more people have been doing it recently. I think you have to just not care that the people expect you to first speak French or something. And then Montreal is also, Quebec in general is bigger about like implementing rules to keep people out earlier if they feel like their culture is changing at all. Well, California's starting to have wildfires now. I don't know if it has the best weather anymore. I don't really like California. I mean, I just have lived there for so long. It's it would be nice. I mean, if it were a little bit wetter, it would be nicer. Like a lot of people lived in the mountains in California where there's a lot of trees and stuff, but now it's too dry, right? So people who live in those areas, you're just at a lot of risk of wildfires. I like Washington and Oregon. I mean, I like the nature in Japan. I just like a lot of different types of animals and plants and things like that. And you get those in like rainforests or tropical environments. So I really like the nature in Japan, and I would say Washington and Oregon are the closest to the nature in Japan. They're the only places that are like a rainforest in the US. There are other forests in the US, like in the Rocky Mountains, like Tennessee and a few places. But for the most part, they're more plains with some trees than they are rainforests. One day a year. Yeah, what's nice about where I'm at is that it doesn't really snow that much. It snows maybe like twice a year for a couple days or something. So it's pretty nice because you get snow. You can like take a sled down the driveway or something, but you don't have to like deal with it really. Yeah, I mean, it's not as gloomy as Seattle. The further south you get, the less it is, but it's not that big of a difference between Seattle and Portland. What they always say for Portland and Seattle is that you have a gloomy sort of winter, and the payoff is that you have one of the nicest summers. You have like a perfect summer, basically. Which is why so many people come here in the summer, because you have all the flowers and stuff like that. Flowers, trees, animals. What I did for my house was I just got Philips Hue bulbs for all the lights, so I can make it very bright inside. What I was trying to set up too was that the Hue bulbs, you can change the color temperature. So I was trying to get it to like automatically change the color temperature depending on the time of day too, so that it would feel more like daytime during the day, and then at nighttime they would switch to more of a yellow hue. Yeah, when I got this house originally, I looked at kind of all over the country to decide where I'd want to go. I mean, my issue with California too is like if you don't live in one of the major cities and you make a lot of money, you pay so much in tax. Like if you live outside of one of the major cities, you don't really make, like if you're not making a ton of money, it's not a huge issue because California's income tax is very stratified. So if you're making under like 200,000 a year, it's not a big deal. But there's like a certain amount of money where if you're in like the 10 or 12% California tax bracket, and if you're not living in like San Francisco or San Diego or LA, like making money in those places, it's so hard to justify that 10% or 12% or whatever it is. It's so much money. You know, like if you make 500K a year and they're collecting 10% on that, they're collecting 50,000 a year. Because they're collected on pre-tax, right? So like you already pay federal government 150,000 a year or whatever it would be. And then California, you're paying another 50,000 a year, which is, it's just so much money. And so in Washington, you don't pay that at all. And, you know, like if you, let's say you make 500,000 a year for 5 years even, it's 50,000 a year. That's 250,000 a year post-tax money, which is like enough to buy another house or, you know, save it or whatever you want to do. You know, it's a ridiculous amount of money. Like I said, if you live in San Francisco, like the Bay Area or LA or San Diego or something, like one of the few places where you can maybe justify that expenditure, it's a lot of money. It wouldn't be as bad too, like if you got public healthcare in California, because like in Canada, other places I looked at, I mean, I mostly looked at places with no state income tax because that's one of the biggest benefits to me. Like if you can make a lot of money remotely, it's just a huge benefit. It's hard to overlook that benefit because the thing in California, right, is if you pay the 10 or 12%, if you got free public healthcare like you do in Canada, you'd be like, okay, you know, that's fine. I'll pay the 50,000. What if you're making 500? Let's say you pay the 50,000 a year, but you get free healthcare. You're like, you know, you're still kind of overpaying for healthcare in that case, but at least you're getting something. But you don't get that in California. I mean, if you don't make money, then you get Medicaid in California, which is a benefit. But if you make money, you're not getting any benefit from it really. So yeah, I looked at Texas. I looked all over Texas. I lived in Austin for a bit. That's where the hedge fund was. And I looked at Austin, but Denver actually would probably be the biggest. It's the place I like. I don't know that I wish I would have gone to Denver, but it's the only place where I think about like it wouldn't have been bad to go to Denver. Tennessee, I looked at. There's a place called Chattanooga in Tennessee, which is about 2 hours north of Atlanta and 2 hours south of Nashville. Chattanooga is kind of interesting because the internet there is the fiber internet is done by the city instead of being done by a private company. And so if you live in Chattanooga, anywhere that they provide electrical service, which is basically all the houses in that area, they also get you fiber internet access, and it's very good fiber internet access. So you can basically buy a cheap house in Chattanooga, Tennessee, and have like the best internet in the country pretty much, which is a really big benefit if you're like me and you want to do like a business out of your house, or even if you want to do like for my servers in the garage, eventually I would need to move those to what's called a co-location or a data center, right? I'd have to take my servers and I'd have to go to Portland. I would talk to someone at a data center and I would say, hey, I want to put these servers in your data center, and they would charge me $400 or $500 a month or something. But the data centers in Portland, they don't want to work with someone like me because I'm small. And if I was a huge company, or if I was Google or something, they would work with you, right? Because you would have some huge contract with them. But in Chattanooga, because the city does all this stuff, you know, I could go to Chattanooga and be like, hey, I'm trying to do a small business, you know, can I put these servers in a data center? And they would actually work with me, and it would probably be cheaper and better. So Chattanooga was a big contender. The biggest issue to me was Chattanooga. And also they have trees and stuff there. I like the nature there. It's not a rainforest, but I just want to live in a place with trees at least. Because I grew up in Vegas where there's no trees for the most part. And so anyway, my biggest issue with Chattanooga, there was a couple different things. One was there's no major airport there. The major airports are in Nashville and Atlanta. And so I'm not a huge fan of being 2 hours away from a major airport. There's a municipal airport there, but it's really expensive to fly into the municipal airport. And so if anyone wants to visit you or you want to visit anyone, they're going to have to drive 2 hours each way to visit you, which is not ideal. Then the other issue with Tennessee is that if you're not working, like right now, if I don't have income, in Washington, I qualify for Medicaid if I don't have income. In Tennessee, they never expanded Medicaid. So when they did Obamacare, they allowed states to choose to expand Medicaid. It was covered by the federal government. So there was no reason for any state not to, other than, it's just stupid. They basically like chose to just not give coverage to their citizens. And so Tennessee was one of those states that chose not to expand Medicaid, which means if you don't have income, you don't qualify for Medicaid, which means you have no health insurance. And so that was an issue for me with Tennessee. And so if you don't have Medicaid, then you'd have to pay about $500 a month for something like what is it called? Not emergency insurance. It's when you get a cheap health insurance plan in the US, it's called catastrophic insurance. So basically, like, if you have a heart attack and you end up at the hospital or something, you have a max out of pocket of like $10,000 for the year. So if you get cancer or something, like, you'll have to pay $10,000, but beyond that, they'll cover you. And so you need a catastrophic plan, right? Because you could get injured and have like hundreds of thousands of dollars in bills. And so that would generally cost you a few $100s a month at least. And so in Tennessee, I would have to spend that much to get a catastrophic plan. So looked at Tennessee, Texas. The issue with both Austin and Denver at the time was that during COVID, both Austin and Denver, so many people moved there that their prices were crazy. Like, relative to any other geography, they were above and beyond those prices. Those prices have pulled back a lot, I think. In Austin, for sure. I'm not 100% sure about Denver. But yeah, they were just crazy during COVID. So yeah, Austin would have been okay. The big issue you have with Austin is that Texas is such a conservative state that, like, even if Austin is an okay place to live and Austin has a major airport, you're in Texas. So like when I was driving through Texas to get to the hedge fund, the professor at Notre Dame, John, the guy I was working with, we were driving from Chicago down to Texas, down to Austin, and we had a bunch of stuff in the car because I was moving from Waterloo to Texas to Austin. And I was going like 70 in a 65 or something, 70 miles per hour in a 65 mile per hour zone. And we got pulled over by like some sheriff of some small city. And she's like, "You were speeding." And then she wanted to search the car. And I was like, "Okay, you can search the car." She wanted to search the car because I had a California license plate. And weed is legal in California. And so she's wondering if we have weed in the car, which we didn't. But so yeah, anyway, so she searches the car and stuff. And so that's just an issue with Texas, is like, you know, you can be in Austin, and in Austin, the police are not going to do something like that. But in the rest of Texas, they will. And so, you know, you're just at the whim of whatever laws. Same with Tennessee. You know, Chattanooga might be a great place to live and the people there might be great. But if Tennessee or Texas pass crazy laws, you're subject to those laws, you know, and that's not really, yeah, they're not really great laws. Then Denver's a little bit nicer. Colorado's a little bit more mixed than Tennessee and Texas are. And Denver's a really nice place to live. The cool thing about Denver too is that that's where all the Olympic training facilities are for the US Olympic teams, because it's at elevation. And so there's just a lot of healthy food choices there. There's a lot of people who exercise there, a lot of gyms and different climbing stuff. So like here, I built a climbing wall. I like built a barn and then put a climbing wall in it, because there's a decent amount of gyms in Portland, but they're just too far for me to drive to. It's like 30 minutes, but not something I want to do every day. But in Denver, you have a lot more stuff like that, even more so than Portland. So Denver is really nice. People like Denver because they like to go skiing and stuff, but Denver got really crowded, and my understanding is that like all those things people like to do, like go skiing or go hiking in the mountains, are kind of a pain to do because everyone wants to go on the weekends. And so everyone tries to drive into the mountains, and there's only so many roads to get there, and so it's too packed. But yeah, I think Denver would have been nice. There were some other tax things that are a little bit weird about Denver, specifically, which I could talk about another time. Let's talk forever if I talk about that. So yeah, Denver, Austin, Chattanooga. I looked at some cities in Florida. The issue for me in Florida was the main places you'd want to live in Florida would be like Orlando and Miami, and they were pretty expensive. And then Florida has 2% property tax. So if you buy an expensive house in Florida, you're kind of like paying rent on it forever, Because if you buy like a $700,000 house in Florida, you're paying $14,000 a year in property tax forever, like the rest of your life, you know, as long as you own it. You don't pay income tax, but yeah, property tax it's expensive over your lifetime. I looked all over Florida. I looked at Canada. But the downside with Canada too is if you're trying to do remote work, it's just so much easier, even if you're working remotely, to get paid a lot of money in the US than it is in Canada. Like in Canada, they'll just try to pay you less. Unless you have like some really good connections, they're just not going to pay you as much in Canada. Even if you have exactly the same skill level. And then the other factor too is that like every company that would want to hire you, they have to have tax stuff set up for Canada. Yeah. Except for the, I mean, this is one of the big strengths of the US, right? Is that at least, I mean, there's different tax policies across the states, but if you're trying to hire someone, you can pretty much hire someone anywhere in the US. And you have free movement in the US between states and stuff too. Yeah, Colorado's property tax situation is a little bit crazy. They have a huge, Chicago has similar issues. Chicago has a lot of pensions. Because Chicago has, I think, more people that work for the city than almost any other city. So a lot of the jobs in Chicago are working for the city, and the city gives pensions, and pensions are just a huge problem because you're guaranteeing how much people are going to get in retirement every month. Like, we're going to give you $4,000 a month in retirement, but like, how much money do you commit to those plans? And so the pensions end up underfunded, and especially too, like if the market goes down, right, then the pension's underfunded and you just are screwed. Like, you have to tax people even more, and Chicago already taxes, Illinois in particular taxes people a ton. Yeah, were there other places I looked at? I'm trying to think. Denver, Austin, and Chattanooga were really the big ones I looked at besides here. I looked at Seattle, and I put in an offer on a place in Seattle that was like a few minutes away from Microsoft. Like, you could get like 5 acres, 10 minutes away from Microsoft. But the house was listed at the house that I put an offer on, it was listed at 1.1 million. And I put an offer of 1.25 million, which was more than I wanted to do. Like, it was definitely like, I'm glad it didn't work out because I would have to be working for a company right now. And so I put an offer of up to 1.25 and it sold for 1.4. And I was like, I guess I'm not going to live in Seattle. And new houses, so that was like a 1990 house on 5 acres. And if you wanted a new house on 5 acres, those were like $2.5 or $3 million or something, like in that same sort of general area. You don't have to get 5 acres in Seattle, but that was, I wanted land. I wanted to have kind of privacy and stuff. I looked at like townhouses and condos in Seattle, but man, I hate not having a garage and like sharing walls with people. It drives me nuts. Because like if I shared a wall, like let's say I was in a townhouse in Seattle right now, it's like 10:30. I'm talking on stream. If the wall behind me was shared with someone, I would have to be conscious of the fact that like maybe I'm being too noisy for them, or they're trying to go to sleep, or maybe they have a kid that's like screaming, or so. It's just, you know, I hate sharing walls unless it's built properly. Like, you can build townhouses properly so that they have good sound isolation, but most of the time they don't do it because you have no way to check when you buy the townhouse. And then also when you have a townhouse or a condo. Yeah, you got a condo. Yeah, my cousin also got a condo in Montreal, and she kind of wishes they had gotten a house. And yeah, because you also have the condo association too, right? And so like if your neighbors are a pain, you have no recourse really. Like, you can try to do stuff, and so that's what happened with my cousin in Montreal. She's like, I think they have like 8 units in that building, and yeah, yeah. And you have no control over it, right? It's like not your family either, right? Where you can talk to them or try to like they can just be completely culturally different, and you have nothing you can really do about it. The big issue for me really is the sound isolation. Just drives me absolutely nuts. Now they're doing AI. AI Shanghai stuff. I wonder how much of this is AI generated, because like so much of it feels AI generated, but I think they're just doing AI generated effects. Yeah, condos in California especially are really bad because in California there was such a kind of a rush to build condos because of how expensive real estate got so quickly, like in the 80s and 90s. Because you could have bought a house on the beach in California in like the 1950s or 60s, and it was reasonable. Like it was like, I don't know, $50,000 or something, you know. And then everyone realized like, oh, California is pretty good, and the economy started doing well and stuff. So real estate in California is like one of the few things that's kept pace with the stock market over the last like 50 or 60 years. I don't know if it will keep doing that, but it has historically. Real estate in other places hasn't generally kept pace with the stock market. The actual show they did had a bunch of robots doing comedy and dance. I wonder if they actually program the robots. Like the easiest thing for them to do with robots these days, a lot of the demos they do, they just have a human piloting it. So they have a human in a room with the motion capture stuff, like actually, because it just works a lot better. They still have such a hard time programming robots. So I wonder for the show if that's what they did, if they had a bunch of people with motion capture on, or if they actually programmed it. If it's a pre-programmed thing, you can do it, but trying to get robots to interact with people and stuff, it's just not really there yet. Motion capture, yeah. But so the upside of a condo, like one thing because like with this house, it's because I had a house in, I still have a house in Vegas. And it was in the suburbs and it was fine. But like my neighbors were retired. And so they were just outside smoking all the time. And in Vegas, you have no trees. So you just kind of have a wall around your property. And it almost feels like a jail cell. Like, and you never want to go outside because the houses can all see your backyard too. So there's like 20 houses that can just like watch you while you're in your backyard because they're all 2 stories. And then if you're outside, like if I was trying to like do this stream outside, or if I was just trying to have a conversation on my phone outside, it's like my neighbor is just outside smoking, so they can hear my conversation. There's no soundproofing. It's just a wall. So when I moved, I wanted a bigger property. Lonely? No. I basically never feel lonely. I think the dog helps a lot. I think without the dog, I might feel lonely. But I message people every day. You know, I have like people I message on kind of like a daily basis or whatever, and they respond here and there. And plus, I listen to a lot of podcasts. I think that too. So like, I'm always kind of listening to stuff. So there's always something going on. The condo. Yeah, no, I never really feel lonely. If I didn't have the dog, I think I might. Yeah, so I had that house and I like never really wanted to go outside for the most part. So then you just feel like you're stuck in your house. Plus in Vegas, it's really hot. So a large part of the time you have to stay in the house or like indoors because it's like 120 degrees outside, like 40 Celsius or something. 45 Celsius maybe. So I wanted more space. But one thing I underestimated was I got 5 acres here and I'm like out in the woods. And I live in a rainforest basically. So it's so hard to maintain a property in a rainforest because there's just constantly weeds trying to like grow on your property, and animals, like you have to deal with mice outside. So you got to like make sure to keep mouse traps out just to kind of keep mouse populations down. And then you have blackberry that's always encroaching. And then you have like, I have a stream on my property too, like a pretty big stream. And so that stream, the water's moving, right? So every year it's like there's more water or less, and that's like that stream is always kind of trying to like move where it's going, and so you have to kind of deal with that too. So it's really nice. It's a lot of work. I like tried to do landscaping myself for a year, and I was like, I can't do this. And now I pay a place to come out twice a month and just like do some maintenance work just so I don't have to think about it. But I think I definitely wish I had gotten a house in the city more. Like I could have gotten 1 acre in the city because in this area, there are places that are not as in the woods as I am, but you still have like 1 acre and you have trees and stuff, so you're still pretty separated from your neighbors. Yeah, and the deer and the birds and stuff. But you can see like bald eagles and stuff on the property too, which is cool. Not on the property, like I'm like in a valley. The stream runs into a major river, so people will go like what is tubing or kayaking down the river. So I'm like on the river. Yeah, it's really nice. I mean, the main thing for me is I really like the sauna, because the sauna's outside, so you can hear the river and stuff. I mean, it's like living at a resort or something. It's pretty nice. It's a lot of maintenance. So like I was saying with the gutters, like I had to do the gutters the other day, because you have to do the gutters all the time because there's just tons of trees around. Some of the other properties that are nearby me that have 5 acres, they've cleared all the trees on their property, and then you don't have to clear the gutters out as much. But yeah, my property still mostly has trees. It's 5 acres, but I would say probably about 1.5 acres is cleared. And the previous owners, they had horses and goats and donkeys and stuff. I'd love to have goats. It's just the issue I'd run into is I could never travel anywhere. Like, it's already hard to travel with the dog if you have goats or cows or things like that. It's really nice to have them, but you have to find someone who can come stay at your place or whatever if you ever need to travel. And without being like fully retired, like I'm still in a situation where, you know, I could get an offer to work in New York or San Francisco that would be so much more than working remotely. Like I've had hedge funds reach out, and when the hedge funds reach out, it's like, you know, you can get offers in like the 800,000 to $1 million a year range, but you have to live in New York. But like, you're making so much more money than you would make remotely that it's totally worth doing. But I like can't do it with the dog, right? But like if I got goats and cows and stuff, then I 100%, there would just be no option to do that. So I like to keep that option open right now, but at some point I would maybe get goats and cows and stuff, but I would have to like be retired. And it's not even just like, even if you're retired, you can't go visit people easily either. So it's just not ideal long term. I wonder who this guy is that they've like shown 10 times in this video. They keep showing this guy crying, and I wonder if he's like an old Chinese model guy that they like use for stuff, or if he knows someone. Yeah, you can rent goats to clear out the blackberry and stuff. It's just it's a lot of work to set up. Like when people bring the goats out, they have to set up fences to clear the blackberry. And the big issue you run into is that, so the blackberry is really the biggest. It's like bamboo. Bamboo and blackberry are these like two just things that are huge issues. You don't really have bamboo out here, but the blackberry is a huge problem. And so the issue with the blackberry is that the roots store all the energy. And so if you clear the blackberry, it'll just be back like in a month. So you have to clear it basically consistently for months. So you can't really just rent goats for like a season or like the beginning of the season. You would have to rent them multiple times. And so at that point, it's like you should just have your own goats, and then you can keep the blackberry cleared for longer. And then some goats won't eat all the blackberries, so then you need like pigs to dig up the roots and stuff. Yeah, it's a pain. In practice, I end up just having guys that try to keep the weeds out as much as you can, and then you have to use pesticides, or herbicides in certain places, like just to keep them down. That's kind of why, like, you know, ideally all the food we grow would be organic, but it's just, in practice, it's just not possible. Like the amount of food we grow for however many people there are and stuff, and how many insects and weeds and stuff that can like, you just have to use herbicides and pesticides. And so even like a lot of times when they say like the food's organic, a lot of times the way they grow it is they'll surround the organic crop with a bunch of crops that are like sprayed, and presumably the spray still gets on the non-organic on the organic crops. Rice is one of the ones I always think about, because rice with the bran still on, like brown rice, is generally really high in heavy metals because the rice grows in fields and absorbs all the heavy metals in the ground. So brown rice is better for your metabolism in general because it's absorbed more slowly because your body has to process the bran. But yeah, the downside is that the bran has all the heavy metals. It's always debate if I should get like white rice or brown rice when I go to Chipotle and stuff. Gonna die one day, I guess. Yep. The thing I always wonder about is the beyond plastic. Like plastic generally will break down over long periods of time, but the forever chemicals are the PFOAs and PFOS, the non-stick chemicals. They just like never break down. So I wonder, because they just like keep building up in the environment, and so I wonder about like in 500 years if they're going to be like, what the fuck were people doing? Like, why would they not care at all? I also think about that whenever I go out to restaurants and stuff, because like if you're using a non-stick pan, you really need to not use like metal spatulas and stuff on the non-stick pan because it scrapes the non-stick coating off of the pan. So you need to use like wood or silicone or something like that. But if you're at a restaurant, I always think about like restaurants, a lot of the food is packaged in plastic. That's how it's delivered. And then on top of that, it's like, I like wonder if the people cooking the food have any idea about that, like they shouldn't be, you know, scraping non-stick pans and stuff. Okay. 1050. I think I want to call it this. That. All right, Darcy. Have a good rest of your night. Good luck on the math. I'll be on tomorrow. See ya.